Sorry about a sec. Hi, welcome on in. Good timing, both of you. That's crazy. How was the weekend? How was the day? How is the day? Depends on, the day. It happens. Um, eh, I don't think I'm gonna watch movies. It is pretty, yes. It is a very good movie. The story is really nice. Uh, the animation is really good as well. Like, everything is really good. I just, I don't know. Never in the mood for that, which happen potentially too often. I don't know. But it happens. It happens. Where is my things broken? Things broken all around here. Cool, 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 cool. Um, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I just love the animation because it's the same as um oh, it's Leica. I think it's Leica that is behind it. Studio. But yeah. Congrats. Congrats. The Apple side things is always really good. And the thing that they want to do is ensure that you have all of the technical, like, um, lawyer related stuff on point. So if you have terms of services, if you have privacy policies, if you have a website, um, a personal email that is linked to the game itself, like the developer account and so on, these needs to be linked in the first implementation so that they allow things. Basically, they want no liability of the thing that you are building is or will be or could be uh, negative or viewed negatively on their side. So for me, for example, I got rejected in the first 2 times because I forgot to have like my privacy policies in there, and the terms of use were not defined because I'm using the Apple ones. So yeah, that's the I would say that's the biggest thing. But yeah, have a good look. Okay. But yeah, that's the thing. Going back to like the allowing, I would say, um, like it took me 2.5 times, I would say. The half is because that in one of the second like refusal, I just sent back a message and said, "Can you just give me a bit of a direction on what needs to be done before I really like brain?" It's not publish the words. I re-clicked the button and they replied and I said, well, you need to have this and this in that page like that. Plan store view page first, so we can allow you to go further. And I did that, and they just allowed it. So, if going back to, I feel like I need like a shortcut for this thing, but now it's there anyway, so that's working. If you are using in-app purchases for like a subscription or some things, this subscription store view that is native to iOS 15 or 16, I forgot, it doesn't really matter. That contains everything you need, and it will be linked to the things that already exist in your store, like in the App Store dashboard things. So by doing so, you basically ensure that you are aligned with what Apple is requiring you to have. So, you know, Good stuff. Good things to know, as always. It's nice to have like a bit of a cheat sheet in there. Um, I see. Do you have like any ideas, Pat, of who that could be? Right, that's that. That's the one. I'm not. I'm not crazy. I feel like that's the one. But yeah, I get it. Again, great movie. Great visuals. Great things. We like it. It's fun. Going back to this, and it is really good again to give you like a lot of really nice things. Tony, hi, welcome back. And if I send you this one as well, because it's really good as well, we'll give you like store related things. So you have the ability to just say, um, like my button is just simply a button for version. If you just want a picker, it's going to be a picker. If you have someone that needs to be prominent, like you want to push the monthly because it basically end up being more expensive than the yearly, you use the prominent version. Compact is really simple, which is really nice. I like it a lot. And then these two are carousels. So for me, for example, I have monthly and yearly, and then I have lifetime. And the only reason why I can't use them is because these are subscription based, and therefore lifetime is a one-time payment, so it's a purchase and not a subscription. So the subscription store view is not working. Nonetheless, this one is really good as well, and knowing the fact that you can have an if iOS 17 use prominent, and then if iOS 18 and above you use page picker or prominent page picker because it makes more sense. But you know, like these are the thing that I really like to play with because native. So it's mostly gonna be supported for the longest time compared to a custom thing, I guess. You know, stuff. stuff. But you know, these are really good. So if that's again because the legality of things is usually what Apple is hung on in the beginning. If you have subscriptions and other things, these are good. Other than that, today I mean, technically yesterday, I discovered something. I don't think it's gonna work if I'm starting it from there. Um, I have a lot of things to talk about this today. I also don't think this is gonna be helpful in any way, just because it's not. We don't have any fucking data in there. Um, yeah. So I put in place this thing. Let me see if I can just zoom in without really breaking everything. So something in one of someone, I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about after that. But like I saw a video earlier on Saturday, and I was like, is it really that easy? And I didn't know about it. If you look at the numbers, and I'm navigating, I said I wanted to do like a custom transition to have like that thing. These transitions, which right now, right, they are pretty okay. They are native to iOS. I did not know. And it's just it's one modifier that just animates the text for numerical values in the native iOS way. So basically what I'm doing here by making the transition manually with the blur and DOP and the fade and all of the things, that is custom. But this transition on the numbers is native to iOS. And I did not know. And it turns out that in order to get this, you simply have to get your modifier in order. And in said modifier, it simply need content transition numeric text. And once you have that fucking modifier on whatever text number you have, you're done. That's it. And I did not know. So there is probably like a ton of other things that I have made custom transition for that absolutely don't need it. And it's just because I don't have the skills nor the knowledge for these basic built-in modifiers that are just there and working. So now it's everywhere. Every time I have a text that is supposed to be like a value, a number value that needs to rotate, it has been changed. That's it. It's done. But goddamn, I did not know, and that's sad. The thing is, or the reason of how I figured it out is I found one of the videos that are really good, which are going to be somewhere down the line of this. I think we stopped last week. I don't know where we stopped. I feel like we haven't gone through the entire thing, to be honest. It's way above. That is some titties. Sorry, that not supposed to see that. So certainly congrats on 180. That's a lot. That is a lot. Where the fuck did we stop? That is gonna be my question. Here. We stopped there. God damn, I like a lot of things. That's for the devs. That person created their own project in something, and then the creator of React DM them out of the blue. Like, that's impressive. I feel like most devs have or aspire to get that, but also most designers have the same thing for other designers that are really more known, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, that was pretty nice. That person did the same thing we talked about it, and then the fact that someone fixed the Nothing phone, and Andrew just, because they know each other. I thought that was one, obviously. When you get 365, all right. That means I'm gonna stop streaming forever in like a year and a half, so that you can't pass to 364. That was the same thing that we showcased last time, but it's on touch with reactiveness. That's pretty interesting. I saw this, which it's dumb, but the composition is really good, and the brain glitch that happens when you saw it for the first time is just like, interesting. So, just a nice thing. Anywho, new illustration type. It is a bit of a difference in between the Tokyo illustration and the ISO icon. These ones, kind of similar, but not exactly the same. And they have like this dual color thing that is a bit better. It's almost a pattern. It's not the first time that we are seeing these types of icons, but they are coming back often lately. So, keeping that in mind again. We've had these things were really cute. Not much to say about that. What else did I keep? And why did I keep them? Tabs, again, same thing. So far, not much. This is really similar, I guess, to the thing that I just showcased. So that could work with the native iOS version of how you have your subscription work. And I feel like the amount of customization you can do in the subscription customization is to that level, not necessarily on the button itself, but overall, I feel like this is something that is really achievable with the minimal version of the plans. So, interesting way of seeing it, but also interesting way of thinking about what you can achieve with customization on top of native stuff. That the speed and efficiency of the native iOS subscription store view will get into just more customizable visuals, but then it's still there. So if there is an update, it's still like as fast, as secure, as whatever. So, however, I wouldn't click on that button because it's not scented. It is not scented, and I'm sad about it. If you haven't seen, Gigak is creating his own anime. So if you're not in the anime sphere, you don't know what that is and who that is. He's one of the most biggest channel, I would say, anime related channels on YouTube, and has been living in Japan for a while now, and now has been or is creating his own anime based on his story. He's been shitting on isekai for a long time, and now he's building an isekai-ish thing, which is kind of fun. The concept in the background is pretty interesting, but no spoilers. I mean, there is no spoiler possible. Nonetheless, this is an interesting thing. The fact that an anime reviewer YouTube channel can grow enough to then build and create and market, publish his own anime is pretty impressive. So, when you talk about success, this is, I think, for him specifically, that could be considered success on top of the existing success that he had on YouTube. So, good stuff. We like to see that. We like to see that. Other than that, there is like so much, so much thing that I liked for branding lately. Yeah, not exactly what I was talking about, but tabs, same thing. Doesn't really matter. Cats, obviously. The fact that he has a patch that looks like a cookie and then they just had it on the illustration is really fun. Like, just it makes sense. It makes sense. This one was interesting because I have never seen a radioactive yolk in the past. But the fact that 15 minutes over is dame, which means no good, that's nice. I think you should have stopped at 12, like already. And the good one is 6 or 7, depending. Like 8 is a tad bit too, like it's not soft anymore, like to my standards. So I'm on that range. Nonetheless, the illustration is really cool. The readability of the text is not there. Like I'm looking at it through my screen, but I'm also looking at it through the screens through the stream. And if you don't pay attention, you can't read these. I would have them have, I don't know, maybe something like a white text instead for the middle section, and maybe a tad darker at the bottom, even though the bottom is okay. But yeah, that gray on top of blue is not not working. Nonetheless, good illustration. So, small details, small stuff. This was fun. This is not feasible. Again, more than a pattern anymore. Like that's just the common sense. This one was kind of fun. I don't know what they do. I don't know um, how that happened. I just like it a lot because it's out of this world. I think based on the name here, it's supposed to be a bridge in between two houses, and they made it a house, but I don't fucking know. I have no context on that. It's just fun. That's all I know. We've had this one was really nice. There is like a bit of a better rendering at the top for the animation, but that is something that you need to think about when you're building buttons, elements that are interactive on your website. When you have things that needs to be going in content, they need a layer that is on top that would basically act like a mask or have a mask on that entire element. But in order to make it work, the fact that you just simply split into 3 layers is enough to make the entire thing more realistic. I would say there is a bit of a need of some sort of a shadow right about here. Like the key itself would benefit from, you can't see that, brighter, would benefit from a teeny tiny tad of a shadow or reflection of the inside of the slot. Other than that, really good. Anyways, this one was really nice. If you've been here last time that this happened in reversed, I feel like this is a really good art piece compared to the original one. Like, the tape banana is interesting, but the tape banana taped with banana is way more interesting. So, yeah, that is what we call reactive arts, and but you need context to make sure that this works. So, you know, more stuff. More stuff. Nonetheless, that's Sean. Sean is the person that I'm watching most of the times to get like iOS related content and tutorials and things for me. And they just released like 3 days ago. They released their new app for Formula One widgets, which I don't exactly know what it does, but it's there. And for the sake of, we want to support people. If you are a fan of F1 and you like iPhones and you like widgets and shit, just check it out. Just yeah, check it out. Nice to see. It's also really nice to see to me as a learner, the person that I'm watching teach me things about SwiftUI, how they implement things, and they talk about how they implement things in their apps, in their tutorials, and then I'm seeing their apps and their implementation and how good or bad I define the design of it and so on. So that's a nice things to check. Anyway, more details. I didn't really talk about this one last time. I kind of talk about this one, but this is really cute. And my initial idea for this was from Nutty. Nutty has a subscription printer, right? When someone subscribe on his channel, there is a printer that is triggered that is physical, and then he has like a receipt with the person that subscribed the message that is in there, the amount of time that was subscribed, so that's more personalized. My goal at some point was to create something like this in code to create the printer either above my head, under me, or somewhere on the side of the screen. I don't fucking know. To basically print out something when someone subscribed. And then I gave up because that was a bit too complex for my skills. It's still too complex for my skills, but the way that they have presented this is really nice. And I like the design of it. That's about it. That's about it. Other than that, Gleb has used WebGL to create some sort of a glittery shader, which is really good. They made one in pink a bit above, which is really good. And a lot of people are using metal shaders and shaders in general to get like realistic textures almost everywhere. Like this one is really, obviously I am biased on this, but you know, really nice. So I said that last time, I will definitely need to go into shaders and learning shaders at some point just because it makes so much more sense for me. But we'll see. We will see. That person made this thing, which contains some sort of a glass E rendering for the buttons. I don't know if this is like the native iOS, like iOS 26 liquid glass buttons. If that's the case, that's really cool. If that's not the case, that's really cool still. But they look really nice, and that's one way to have these interactive potential buttons to do something. The only thing that I'm unsure about is these two in the centers because they are glass, but in order to have liquid glass to make sense, you basically need to have content underneath that does something and that moves and that interacts with the element to make it like look cool. Here it makes sense because you have like the track that will go through, but there, I don't know. It's probably just static anyways, but nonetheless, good usage or use case for liquid glass. I guess that's the only thing that I'm saying. Not much more than that. This one was kind of fun for me because it's basically the thing that I have put in place on the current range, but I made it simpler for the thing that is underneath because I didn't want to have line by line, which was the initial case. But that also gives me the tab underneath, which is probably something that will need to is a big word, potentially will be implemented as a tab gesture on the profile view that we have right here. Morton, hi, welcome in. What do you mean you cheated? Why is your badge not visible on the prompter? That's kind of crazy. How are you? How was the weekend? So in here we have hiragana, katakana, radicals, words, and kanjis, which is basically not in the same order that we have in the analytics. If I click on that, it's going to crash. But the tabs would be a very good place to get my values and the progress overview thing. So instead of having like a secondary card that is on top of everything, I would have tap on card. So if you tap on hiragana, you're gonna go into the sections that is related to hiragana directly in the analytics, rather than having to like navigate twice. Like you could have a shortcut. Basically, that's what I'm saying. So that's a good thing. Nonetheless, yes, I broke everything, but not in a I broke everything for the type of way. No, I definitely broke everything. Anyways, that's the button in question that I was talking about earlier, the green one. But they have added a bit of a tad of a sharp angle when it goes down, which is not necessarily what I was talking about. But yeah, nonetheless, it's It's a black key, so it doesn't have that much reflection. Anywho, this one was basically a duplicate of what the initial Amy website was. So don't think it's good, but I don't think it's bad either. It's a nice transition nonetheless. And the thing that we don't like about this is it's a waste of time. You could start your website here. You could start your website on the blue section and just scroll up. But no, they need to have some sort of scroll with like hijacking and so on. So, you know, I don't like that. These ones are tabs, but they're on the side. I know. Crazy. That's not something that we see often. Most of the time, they are either above or underneath. The fact that they are on the side is really cool. It works really well for these because you don't have a ton of data on the side. The only thing that I would potentially change is have like a secondary information like at the bottom would help to balance the card. Otherwise, it feels like wasted space. So yeah, nonetheless, it looks really good. The idea that they have with, which is the thing that we've put in place on No Mercy, to have the card itself be taking the color off the poster that is used and then blurred and really deemed out to not be that distractive or distracting. That makes sense. But yeah, it's really nice implementation. So we do like that. We do like this. This was not fun, but fun. It's a bit of a designer joke, but you know, if she likes toast like this, that's kind of plain and boring. I don't know. Yeah. Nonetheless, this one was really nice. Really nice in transition when it appeared. I feel like that just fade out plus more blur when the text is appearing is really nice. It has a bit of an issue in readability on the T of today, but given the fact that it could be animated a bit better or have like a bit more blur or a bit more blackening, darkening behind the text, I feel like this could be good. And then Dia now have sidebar for the tabs. So they are moving some of the things that Arc used to have into Dia slowly. It looks really different to me because obviously they are putting the URL on the top like Chrome is doing, but they don't really have spaces, which is what I liked about Arc. So still staying on Arc for that. And they put the new tab at the bottom of the tray and not at the top. The thing that we have here with the top of the tray being like new tab makes a lot more sense for me because it's the first thing that you have and it's the most accessible thing. If you have it at the bottom and you scroll back up, you don't have access to your new tab unless it makes it like sticky at the bottom of the page, but I don't know yet. Nonetheless, this is a nice direction for Dia. Still not changing my browser to this one, but at least we can see that they are porting stuff from Arc to Dia to make it like more appealing for the user of Arc right now. Again, because it's going to be paid, I'm probably never going to change to that. Okay, obviously, not going to happen. I said something that I wanted to show you something in there, and then I can't find it. God damn it. Anyways, from the discussion that we had on Friday about wireframes being useless, this is a very good representation of why wireframes are useless. It's probably like something that happened the other way around, right? Where they did the design and then they did the wireframe to showcase the wireframes. But this is a waste of time. If they had done in whichever direction it is, this is the biggest waste of time they could have done because it's exactly the same. You have the exact same amount of spacing. You have the exact same amount of, well, design changes and so on in between the two. And then, like, the only thing that changes is that button. That button doesn't exist here. That's it. The badges are the same, they just don't have content and they don't have text around here. That's about it. Again, waste of time. Specifically because there are some things that could have been changed. Going back to, you don't have access to this. A lot of titties for you, and yeah, no, that. No. Someone else did something very much similar in. Oh, that's the thing that I was looking for. On Threads, which I thought needed our attention because it is really bad. Was it on Thread or was it on Junksu? I think it's on the other one. I think it's on the other one. Let's hope. Let's hope worked this time. I don't understand how when I like something, it doesn't save it. Like it's supposed to be in my liked post, but it doesn't end up being on my liked post. For some reason. It's crazy. Anyways, this is kind of the same thing. This is a before UX and after UX situation that they are saying. And it's not in the slightest a UX change. This is a UI change. That's all they did. There is different font sizes in some things, like the bullet rank and referral, right? These things are bigger. The background color is different. It's darker, and the font or the icons are different in the navigation. All of that is UI changes. The UX here has been defined by wireframe, by someone somewhere that said, well, the title needs to be around here. The button needs to be here. At the top, we need to have some sort of a segmented navigation control or tab navigation control. The buttons need to be blue and big. And, you know, like some of these things, like these buttons are much better than these ones. These cards are worse than these ones. So we do like the implementation that they have here. That navigation is debatable, but I get it. These ones are like less accessible. So, you know, that makes sense. But again, this is like UI change and not UX change. So that's incremental updates, which makes sense. But pulling that before UX and after UX is really, really bad. Again, I don't read everything they say, but around here, like it's mostly just UI stuff. Yeah, you see why I'm not in the mood most of the times. Anyways, that's the thing. That's the video that triggered my. How can I do that situation for the numbers? And I was just watching the tutorials on YouTube. That is like a 3 minutes video, which is really good. And in the beginning, they just explained how just changing that single value make the number change. And I was like, is it that easy? And then I tried it, and it is that easy. And I'm so happy with it. So yeah, they have done like a ton of other things in terms of code and other things that I do like. So right now I'm watching this big ass 11 hours video of Sean about SwiftUI fundamentals, which is giving me some things. that I didn't know, but also this is like an iOS 14 and up situation. So it's like old code and old Swift UI stuff. Sometimes right now I'm looking at things and it already exists and it's better now. But nonetheless, this is interesting. Other than that, that slider from Sucode is pretty nice, and they also have other things if that loads. Shit with transition, they also have like shit like this with heat map and how things work with potential clicks on elements to see what happens when you tap on elements. And based on how easy their initial tutorials that made me discover the channel was, I feel like this is going to be the way for me to just follow their things, because again, this is like a 4-minute video, like 5 minutes video that gives you everything and everything in details of what needs to happen, how does it need to happen, what is the content that needs to be in there, and like to very much simple. But yeah, that whole thing to me, uh, really really nice and really good videos in themselves, just because short and to the point. Like you need to do something, it's right there. You do something a bit different, it's right there. Like not a uh,
When night comes,
not one of these. Not a 58 minutes video about everything that is essential about Swift UI. Like it's just it makes no sense. So, you know, that's the that's the situation. Anyways, so what did I break? Because I broke everything. Basically, for some reason that I don't understand, the view on my phone doesn't have padding underneath the search. I don't understand why, and I can't fix it. That's one of the things that I need to fix. These empty slots disappeared and basically fucked up the entire grid, because this is the Japanese grid, but something that I changed didn't count them as character, and therefore these two were moved there and these two were moved at the top, and therefore nothing was aligned. That happened. I fixed it, so that's good. Now, I did the entire thing that I needed to do for the progress overview. I did the translation. That was good. I was happy with it. And then in order for me to check if my system works, I decided to, how can I say that? Clean out my database that contains all the data that I have synced to CloudKit, and then relaunch the app, which should trigger like a full sync. That didn't work. That didn't work a second time. It broke the system, and it didn't sync anything for 2.5 days. I basically just fixed that at 2 in the afternoon today. And I don't know what happened. I don't understand. We had so much things that are in place to ensure that if a user has a subscription, has iCloud Kit Sync enabled, like we check record on device, record on cloud, are they the same? Know which one has the highest timestamp, like the latest one, and then the latest one is just pulled or pushed based on where it is. All of these things were in place, and then not anymore. That was weird. The past purchase check doesn't work anymore unless you manually trigger the restore purchases, which is fine by me, but also it should be automated. Cross keys, hi, welcome on in. It is. I mean, it's not even technical then at this point. Is I don't know what happened, and it just stopped working. And based on the fact that I don't really know when things have been changed, right? Uh, it's just weird. To my knowledge, I feel like it's probably something in a translation that because I added like a dot localized to a string without paying attention, the thing, um, yeah, basically, it's probably one of these things because that's the only reason that I have. But then if I want now to push to production, I need to ensure that this is going to work for everyone that is currently in, um, uh, in the app. So it's a bit of a weird situation. I'm not gonna lie on that. But yeah, sync seems to be back, not entirely, but kinda. And also, the only thing that is pissing me off is that I don't have a device to test. Like I have my phone, which is the device to test, but I only have my iPad to test things, which means that it's not a phone. It's an iPad. So I have some issues with uh, checking how the app is working because it doesn't work the same. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, the thing that I need to do every time is delete the app from the iPad, install it from Xcode to check if it works, and then I'm reintroducing my subscription, and it's supposed to trigger like a sync. It doesn't happen, so it needs to happen manually. There's a pain in the ass, and it needs to trigger the restore purchase, which works, but it doesn't trigger the UI refresh. So that's, I know what happens, which is good, but annoying. And then once the UI refresh happens, we can then move on to um, working with the app. So that implies basically two reload of the app. Basically, download the app for the first time when you have already something on your phone or on your iPad or wherever. Re-enable your subscription, re-trigger your past purchases, kill the app, relaunch the app, and now it's good. That's a pain in the ass, and I wish this was not in that order, so I need to fix that before I can launch anything. This month, it pisses me off. I was supposed to send something at the end of May. Oh, it's beginning of July, which makes no sense. But yeah. Um yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's basically the thing that happens for sure. I interred myself. I agree. I did. That that I did. Yes. Again, technically speaking, I'm probably gonna have to go deeper in the suffering pit on my own when I rewrite the app from scratch again, because it's gonna need to happen. As always, this is really bad in general, right? That's not like a good way of coding. Most of the files are just split in way too many files that makes no sense. There is a lot of zombie code in all of that thing that I don't use. For example, I know that in my visual effects, I have stuff with shaders, I have stuff with ripples that I absolutely don't need, and all of that is still there because maybe I might need it, but it's a maybe. So, you know, like, yeah. Um, I forgot about that. I see. That's a very nice comment, to be honest. That repo is really nice, obviously. Like, no no complaining on this one. It's a very, very nice repo. It's the very basic repo thing that you put in place when you're testing metal shaders. But yeah.
Music you will play. There's no one living but me that knows that composition.
Like the current thing that I know needs to happen is a full audit of the code. However, I can't know myself. Like I wouldn't be able to go into this file, for example, and say, is it really app constants that needs to be there? And does that make any sense? Or should we have something somewhere else that does the same thing? Does this spacing addition thingy work or doesn't? Is that animation a good idea, or do we have something that exists already that is native that makes more sense? So, like that's the type of thing that I'm like, I need to rewrite the entire file, but I need to keep what makes the app, and I also need to put in place some sort of a migration system from current state of the app to next step of the app. So database related, which is again my nemesis. Like getting shit like this, for example, in not a JSON file would make way more sense. But it's not, like it I don't get it, and I don't know any other way to get this to work in a better way. Like there is so much thing that should be better in this app, specifically for anything that is like related to translation. It should be in the localized file to ensure that I have all my translation inside of one of these files by default. But no, didn't. But yeah. If you are an iOS dev, cross keys, I would love to know if you have any knowledge on localizable files. Is it common to have multiple? Because if that's the case, I think that would be better for me, because right now we have a bit too much in the amount of strings, as in right now this file specifically has too much strings. Just too much. And I feel like some of these things would be better if I had splitted them based on use cases. So if you are using localizable X strings, like localizable quiz related, for example, all of my strings for the quizzes would be in there. Maybe I could have one for, I don't know, the kanjis, and then I have all of my things for the kanjis, and so on. So then, if that's a thing, and if that's like a common behavior to have like multiple X strings files, I'd love to know. But yeah, I haven't checked, researched, Google, whatever, to see if that's the case. If that's not the case, that's just I'm not there yet. But yeah, the current state of things is this: I need to absolutely move to a better structure, a better thing. Like most of the thing that I'm looking at here on, nonetheless, my content view, which is supposed to be the main things, it's just shit. Like there is no going over that. It's the system is just shit, and nothing makes sense. The fact that I have like things to check if my App Store review has been requested or not, that is in that file, makes absolutely no sense. It should be just a function that is called from a secondary file with things that are supposed to happen on the content view on repeat. So stuff like my onboarding, stuff like my iCloud sync model, and so on. These things should be delegated on another file and just called in here and checked based on environment object. But you know, I'm not there yet. So again, I broke everything. I18N. I don't know what that is. What is that? I do? Well, I don't think I do. This is I see. I don't think I do. I don't know what it is. I mean, the version I have on the Android version is not using any of that. So I don't know. I don't know. The thing that I do know, though, is that localization here on iOS, if I create more strings in my file, by default, they are going to be added in here, and then like for example, this one is kind of new. It doesn't exist yet, and this one, right, is a new string right here. So the way that I'm doing my changes is that's going to be the same thing. So I don't really give a shit about this one. But yeah, these two new strings right now are going to be available in this file somewhere. And so somewhere around the top, I have this files right here. And the way that I do my translation is just like that. And that way I can just check if that is the right overall translation. And if that's the case, I just accept that. And now we have the translation in all the languages. Nice. Very simple. Like if that exists, for example. It's kind of fine. But I do agree with you. Overall, the system right now is like, no, it's pretty good. The thing that we've seen though in the past, and I talked about this in the beginning of my localization attempt, where in the keys we had some elements that were translated in a way that made no sense. So like 1 second. It's somewhere around here. It's on the second tab, but yes. Come on, fucking Xcode. Basically, there is like on kanji characters you have stroke orders, right? So you need to define the amount of strokes and so on. If I go into my kanji tab and then I open whatever, this one, for example, I will, or I used to have in the beginning, the amount of strokes that were used for writing this character. The thing is, when I did that, the translation used stroke as having a stroke, as in brain stroke, not brush stroke. So it was kind of fun to check that and then open the fucking thing and see that we were talking about having like a brain stroke, about 5 brain stroke for this character. So, you sure about that? Are you sure that this is the thing that was supposed to be said? Not sure. So I had to go back into my translation, make sure that it was in order and not using anything else. And so usually what I have when I'm doing these inline type of situation, I'm just getting or ensuring that I have something at the end, like context, specific word, as in stroke as in brush stroke, not stroke as in brain stroke. That's intended to be good. But yeah, the thing that is pissing me off as well is this. PT BR and PT PT, Portuguese from Portugal, are not combined, and I'm sad about it. So some of my strings are PT-PT, and some of my strings are not. Lokesh, hi, welcome in. How are you? I'm working on the same app as last time. I'm still working on the Japanese app, but right now I'm working on localization for some of the strings, and it's a bit of a mess. But it's working. How are you? How have you been? Rare to see you on YouTube, to be honest. I appreciate it. But yeah, that's the thing that happens, right? Sometimes I just need to make sure that I need to give it context, make sense, because otherwise it doesn't work. I'm sure, like 99% sure, that there are still strings in there that makes no sense in Italian or Portuguese or, you know, other things, just because you read it but not entirely. So the only way that I have to ensure that my understanding is good is either, let's say I'm using stroke because stroke was a very simple thing. I have this right here in, I know it's tiny and you probably can't read it, but it's fine. It's in English, and then I switch to French, so I can make sure that this is right, making sense. Like right now, a bend stroke, the second celestial stem, it's un coude coude, which is not the right translation. So this is supposed to be un trait courbé. You know, like that. So I'm just making sure that these are good. But then if I have that and it's like it's false in French, I can then go in German and make sure that these kind of make sense. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. And maybe I go into Italian and then it kind of makes sense, kind of doesn't. specifically when I know exactly what it needs to be. Like, for example, right here, I know that this is wrong based on what we just had in French. So I know that it's probably like here is probably gonna be what needs to be there. Just because I can kind of read this, like one line curved kind of things. But yeah, and Lokesh, no, I haven't went from design stream to code stream, but it's just I've been doing more code than anything else. So, you know, we talk about it. But yeah, I do need, however, I do need this. I will need to introduce Chinese in the app, in the translation. And yes, 100%, this is going to be pure mess. First of all, because I can't read it. So that's going to be hard. Second of all, because it is displaying kanji characters that are currently set to Japanese, but it's going to need to display kanji characters that are set to Chinese. And so having these two potentially side by side, that is going to be a mess. I know that I already have some sort of an issue with some of my kanjis being displayed as Chinese characters and not necessarily the right rendering. In N1, for example, we know that, which is really sad. But some of these, for example, are like these don't really exist in Japanese. They do, but they don't really look like this, and it's just because of how the encoding is on the kanji dictionary that I'm using, so they are not necessarily rendered properly. And so, for example, here, when I'm gonna need to get my readings and writings and shit in there to make it like more relevant, that is gonna be a pain in the ass because, again, all of these words are gonna need to be in Chinese, and most of these are Chinese by default. It's just, does the meaning means the same thing in Chinese compared to Japanese? So that's a bit of a pain. It's gonna need to happen, but right now I can't do that. But we'll see. But yes, I agree. The way that I'm making my translation in long form is going through that whole file through some sort of a PHP script type of situation with a local LLMs that go through potential translations plus rewriting options based on the entirety of the translation that exists. So it's a bit of a mess, again, because it needs to read German, English, Spanish, French, and Italian and Portuguese. You then say, well, based on all of that, the context is supposed to be this, and therefore in whatever language that needs to happen after, it's going to be this. That is just a lot, but it's way faster than having to do that manually, but still. However, one of the things that is pretty interesting is the fact that Xcode does translation automatically sometimes. And I don't know how that works. As in, I add a new string on the page, and then I go into localizable folder, file, table, things, and it has the new string translated already. And I don't know how that works. I don't know why it works, and I don't know how it was triggered. But at some points it is triggered. Thing, I guess. So you have it on Android, Lokesh. It is available on Android already. It's not fully the same, but it is 98% there. Yeah, I kind of understand how it works, translation, but I don't. It. I mean, specifically for strings, there is a lot of context that needs to happen. Again, going back to the brain stroke instead of brush stroke. In English, you just say it's two strokes to the left, and that makes sense. But context implies a lot of things. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's basically that word has been assigned to this key, and that key is assigned to that word in English, for example, and then that key is also assigned to that same word in Chinese, and therefore we're going to use that. But then based on probability of previous word and next words, that Chinese word "e" thing doesn't go in first. It goes at least in seconds because we need something in front of it. So based on large language model, I'm gonna say, well, probability wise, this is the first ones followed by this thing, which is probable. And then based on the English translation, key number 1, 2, 3, and 4, that thing makes the sense. But yeah, it's weird. Yeah, that's true. But that goes into probability of next word, previous words. So for the tank example that you're giving, um, tank liquid would implies that there is a context in that sentence that is probably implying fish or water or something. Otherwise, it's probably going to be tank for war and other things. But yes, 100%. It is a bit of a wiggly mess. That's what I'm going to say. Yes, it's probably a squiggly mess. 100%. Nothing other than that. Yeah. But yeah, nonetheless, that's a thing that localizable works by default without working by default in some situations. And right now it's supporting um, Brazilian Portuguese and in some parts Portuguese, which again, I really need to like find the 60 things that have PT that needs to be translated because they are basically the same. And like basically this one needs to get the fuck out because it makes no sense to have. But you know, like it, going through that manually is fine because it's just like it's 60 entries. Um, but still annoying to ensure that all that works. Um, maybe, yeah. I don't know enough about I18N, uh, other than the fact that you've talked about it last time. I remember that. And you sent, I mean, I looked for it on the web earlier, so I have a bit of background on that, but that's about it. But yeah, um, yeah, it's just like a lot of context-based situation. But even there, Manbrave, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? Yeah, like that thing to me needs to kind of get away. I just need to make sure. God damn it. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. That I don't know. I feel like I need to add like the Portuguese from Portugal keys as well. But yeah, I need to go through the entire thing again. Not manually, but yeah. Yeah, do that. Well, yes. Or the project is the same as mine, which is a learning platform. So I don't want to limit myself to just like English and French because, that's the only two languages I can speak and read properly. I can still read Spanish and Italian because they are very much French to me when I'm reading them. It's just like, oh yeah, but that's the same root of the words. It makes sense to me. I can read it. I can understand it. But yeah, um, yeah. I mean, that's why I made it a script in the first place. Like my whole system um, in the beginning, and this thing needs to get the fuck out because it's useless now. Used to be just a localization script through Python to make sure that I had something that just went through and at least had a base. But yeah, these ones are wrong. Um, yeah, I think for me the good thing is right now that unlocks the fact that a French person that doesn't know English but wants to learn Japanese can still use the app even though some things in there have wrong translations. Um, and maybe I have received like a ton of emails about it already, but I don't have a working email for that, so that's really bad. But yeah, that's the only reason why we have translation in the app for now. It's just yeah. For example, right now, what would need to happen with uh, a regular expression in here would be select anything that is prior to um, or from the comma to this, like this entire thing, until the closing bracket that is related to, and then that needs to get out. So, yeah. Uh, congrats, Denny. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Just make sure that the thing that is given to you by ChatGPT and whatever other LLMs that you're using is kind of true. I know you can't really know, but if you have doubts or if something feels you don't know, make sure that you check because you might discover a thing that just makes more sense. Like, for example, today has been like a bit of a mess. I've been fighting with Cursor all day to make sure that I have something that just works better than what we currently have. And I had to reverse multiple times to make sure that the things worked. And at times, I'm seeing the LMs do some edits that is removing 300 lines of code and just adding 14 on top. And I'm like, that's not a viable thing. You probably have deleted the stuff that we need in there because just right now you don't have the context for the entire thing. So, like that's the situation. But yeah. Um Yeah. Well, the thing is, Cursor has uh, directives and knowledge that might be the reason why it changed your project structure in the first place. You can override that and ensure that it's just, you know, working things. But yeah. If you're using like a native uh iOS app, that's the thing that you're building, then you should be good. If you're using, again, like I'm gonna do that just because it makes sense right now, at least for me. But if you are, yes, uh, let's use this because it makes sense. If you're building like a new uh, iOS app and you just want an iOS app and you called test is pretty bad. Yeah, you know what? Call that tutorial because it makes sense. With no storage, nothing, cool. And we want that to be on GitHub. Let's not create. Why do we have another thing that is called tutorial already? It's -2. Cool.
Everywhere I turn, you breathe down my neck. The storm is gone, but I am still a wreck. Maybe I should work it out, but I run away. It's catching up to me now.
Ah, sorry. We just need to fucking load the preview of the iPhone 16. That's what needs to happen. Oh, goddamn. Ah, this is the basic fucking thing. It should take 3 seconds. Makes no sense. Xcode makes no sense for previews. That's the thing. Come on, bitch. Not that hard. It's not that hard.
It's muscle time!
Yes, that's a good option. Uh, welcome, Kenna. How are you? How was your weekend? Oh. Oh, goddamn. I am so dead. I am so dead. Oh. It still hasn't loaded. Still. Not there. Goddamn. Oh. Yeah. Um. No claps. No claps. You said all something, and all something was die. That's the all something. The thing is, the other branch of your journey is a good point, Denny. I would agree with that. The weird thing that happened last week for me is I realized to an extent that I am currently a junior iOS dev, based on the amount of knowledge that I have on how to build iOS apps in terms of structure and front end, not necessarily in back end. But I have enough to build like an entire thing, and then that basically implies that with the help of LLMs and other things, I am a junior-ish iOS dev, and that like kind of opened up stuff to make sure that I can talk about myself like this, which is not necessarily true, but it's also kind of not false. Like I don't have, like I'm a self-taught junior iOS dev, which means I have no knowledge. And if you hire me, you're gonna need to teach me everything, but that's already written on paper. I just want this bitch to fucking load. That makes no sense. um, would say there is a very high probability of you to end up in the same situation I have right now, which is I haven't touched Figma in a long time. Like, not for real. So it's just, let me kill this bitch to hopefully open it up in a way that makes sense. With that, why is it taking so long to fucking load? Preview! just a preview. Just let's build it. It's supposed to take 5 seconds because there is nothing in there. If it takes more, it's just, that's wild. Okay, cool. God dang.
A flicker of light ignite.
Holy shit. Oh,
A weary soul.
no,
Lost
I know.
and torn.
That is a very repeating pattern.
Rebirth.
The thing that is important to know, Denny, is I forgot who said that, but someone said that not so long ago, and it's really true. Humans, as myself, yourself, all that, do not like to feel dumb, right? And when you code, you feel dumb all the time. That's what happens. God damn. So it's just as soon as you understand how things are supposed to work, you're like, okay, cool. So that's supposed to do the thing in a way and so on. But when you don't understand why something doesn't work because you don't have the knowledge, you just feel dumb, and people hate that. So you will probably have a moment where things are not gonna necessarily work for you in the sense that it's supposed to, or at least not in how you expect it to work. But it's there. Let me add. Bitch. I don't think that's gonna get in. If I have that modifier, doesn't really matter. It should just be primary. It doesn't. It's the same thing. Nonetheless, this in terms of understanding how things work and understanding how you can build things from here, you have the ability, even though it's not necessarily a good idea, but you have the ability to say, well, I need the button to be somewhere, like I need a button in there, and that button needs to be somewhere in my view, and you can just add set button, put it in place, be good. And you know, like it's that easy, and it's an option. I should not have done that in blue. I think I should have done that in like red or something to make sure that we have that. But you know, like that's the benefit of SwiftUI and iOS in general. Is like you just have access to all of these elements that if you just needed to have something, like you needed a link, you needed a list, you need like a menu or a multi-date picker, you can 100% just add it in the fucking view without necessarily thinking about it, and just be like, okay, cool, so that's the thing that we need. And you know, like that again took me 5 seconds. It doesn't mean that it's like good and working, but it's there, and it works to an extent. So you know, like yeah. Um SS Kitty, welcome back. How are you? I think you came back. You came in on the raid the first time. But yes, that's the. I would say that's the type of thing that you need to keep in mind when you are building things in terms of um, iOS apps, Denny, because there is like everything in like in there. In that menu specifically, but in other menus and things. Like if you really need like to understand how things work, like let's say you needed to understand how the fucking H stack that is right here works, you just hold option and then you click on it, and it's gonna open the documentation so that you can read, understand. Maybe it's not enough, so you can just open the dev documentation that is built in on your Mac, and then you have a bit more information, which is basically the same thing, but then you have like outgoing links and so on. But that's basically the thing, right? The huge benefits that I'm seeing as a designer from SwiftUI is just things work, and it's just it makes sense. It's just making a lot of sense. So simplicity and so on just helps. Just helps. So yeah, let me check that. Last, goddammit. I hate when Twitch does that, and I don't have. Last time you were here, GK was still there. That is a long time ago. 2024, first time. So more than a year ago. In 2024, I was in Japan. I came back from Japan, and then I'm in France now, which is really sad. Other than that, I built my own app. It's right there, which we've been talking about. Pretty interesting. And yeah, it could be in America, but you know, it's still sad. That's sad. What the fuck? Daily Ferrari? Daily Ferrari for me? God damn it.
Seems like it's failing. You're not going anywhere. At least you can take care of your body and your mind.
This one, yes.
You'll ever have full control over.
In terms of redoing it in Figma, yes.
All
That makes sense. That's a bit more challenging. The matte paint, harder to do. But yeah, no, not that. Nonetheless, so that happens. Other than that, I've been unemployed since 2 years ago now. Basically, I quit my job in 2023, and since then I haven't found a new one. So my bank account is depleting. Is appreciated, not. But you know, buy some.
Mom!
Yeah. Kira, hi. Welcome in. Have a good luck. Employer free is really good. It is probably one of the reasons why I haven't found a new position, to be honest, because it's way more interesting for me to go through the process of building this thing and making sure that it works and it's like to the level of design that I want it to be and to the level of features that I want it to be, to have like all these bitch ass charts and transitions and others like activities and so on, to make sure that it makes sense for myself because I'm learning Japanese through that. But then, you know, like it's a lot of work for not a lot of reward, I would say. Yes, what's on screen is my app. It's supposedly yes. That's the initial thing of the app, and as you can see, the fucking title here is broken. Like it's supposed to load right there, like with the fucking spacing, but it doesn't, and I don't understand. So yeah, that's a bit of a pain in the ass. Nonetheless, this is the thing that I've built since November last year, and it works. It's really good for myself. Like it helped me learn so many new words in Japanese for what I'm looking for, and that is the main point, right? You are looking for, I don't know, you like slangs in Japanese because you want to know what people or how people speak for real. Then you get like slangs related stuff, and then you realize that the nico nico, for example, this I guess it's gonna be around here. Yes, is basically the thing that we've heard in anime, the nico nico ni, which is a sentence that you've heard but you didn't know what it means, and it just means smiling or being happy, and that's just some sort of a slang that they used. And I didn't know that until I just used my own app and was like, oh damn, I know that now. And there is like plenty of things like this that I was like, oh, I didn't know. So most of these I kind of knew, but then some of them I was like, oh, interesting. So, yeah, it does. It's really good. I'm not biased at all. Uh, the data is on device, which is what is making it way more interesting. So the dictionaries are on device when you download the app, and you can unlock them by buying them, and that triggers something for the thing that is additional content. Like most of the dictionaries that are here are the one that I have me myself because you know I'm the dev. The ones that I don't have are here, and you can just like go in, check them out, and see if they are matching what you are looking for, and then you can buy them. That's the plan. 300 yen is not $300, 300 yen. But yeah, that's the thing. Oh, the data is coming from myself. I basically used the kanji deck, which is the kanji dictionary, right about here. So that thing is a huge um, dictionary of Japanese kanjis, just the kanjis themselves, and then you can have their descriptions, their content, and so on. It's a massive XML file with like 30,000 lines in there, which is too massive, to be honest. And then once I did a bit more research, I found stuff in terms of other devs that have done stuff like Scripting that has done something called the kanji frequency, which I like a lot, which has like some sort of a how can I say that? An organization of the data based on how often something is displayed in schools, TV shows, news, all that. So that's really good for me, at least for having like a bit of a better understanding, but also like this one, which is Topo Kanji, which I like a lot, of understanding like how kanji is built using some of the radicals. So you have the radical for one, you use it twice, then it's two, you use it three times, then it's three. That makes sense. And you know, like a vertical line is going into a vertical box, which then you use them together, making something like a mountain. In that mountain, if you are going towards two mountains, you are exiting the village. That's usually what happens. So you have this thing with topological building of how things work, which I do think is really nice. It's something that I want to integrate in the app in a way that makes sense. Right now, I haven't, but yeah. So using most of the data that I've found is really nice, but it's also like a lot of information and a lot of concepts that are not necessarily made for Swift UI. Like it might be made for the web, but it's not made for iOS by default. So that is a bit of a pain in the ass all the time. But yeah. So yeah, it was basically like an export of stuff that exists, and then combination of some of the repos that I found, plus basically what I'm doing in the creation of the dictionaries themselves is, for example, the first 6,000 words, so 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and so on, are the first 6,000 words that you see in the Japanese language. So as soon as you learn the first 1,000, you're pretty good in your daily life conversation. 2,000, you have like a lot of human to human conversations, I would say, not like just with the people at the stores or so on. And then 3, 4, 5, and 6 is like mostly things that are related to really deep living in Japan. But going through the entire dictionary of like the first 1,000, which right now I'm at the middle, that whole thing is not necessarily what you are looking for. And that's the reason why I built the app. So let's say I'm looking to work in Japan, I'm going to just work and use the business related words as practice so that I know how things are and what are the words that I'm gonna see on the day to day. Because I'm a designer, I have the design dictionary as well, so that I know how to say composition, how to say hierarchy, how to say color scheme, and so on. The only issue that I have with these is today, design related content in Japan is basically English. So I did that on purpose. I made sure to have as much Japanese based word first in the first like few entries to make sure that some of the things that are in there are in Japanese. And so when you're learning them, it's in Japanese. But in reality, anything that is like gradation, for example, which is like right now in the center, that is gonna be gradation. It's just the English word pronounced with the Japanese accent, which sounds really racist, but it's not the case. It's just how it works. And like that, you kind of know that when you have been there for a while. Like Leia is just Leia, and it's just eh. Like report is a report or so on. So that that was the thing. So most of the initial dictionaries, like design is free and 1000 is free, and then the rest is paid. But the goal is for you to get into something that you like. So if you like anime or if you like food, like myself, you know, I I'm gonna learn stuff about food because that makes sense. It's just it's the thing that are there. The thing that is a bit annoying though is the fact that for example, Kiru, which is at the bottom of the page right now, is to cut, and Kiru is also visible in the first 1000 words, but it's also visible in another dictionary, I think. I think I have it in the design dictionary as well. So basically, when you have the understanding in one dictionary is going to be unlocked in something else, unless I have made a mistake, which is usually what happens, where the the word definition is not exactly the same. So maybe I have to cut slice on this one, and on another dictionary I have to slice cut. So I just flip the thing, and that's a bit of a mess from me. But yeah, that's basically what I do. I go into a specific genre and specific thing on the main dictionary, then I'm making sure that I have words that make sense per topic. That's a long time. That takes a while. I'm building one that is about video games right now to ensure that we have entries related to video games without really having just the English words like start or and game over because it's a lot. But yeah, it happens. So I'm never gonna do Korean and Chinese for this app specifically. I might do Korean and Chinese for the translation, as in you could use the app in Korean to learn Japanese, which is a reversed way, right? Where basically, if you know Japanese and you want to learn Korean, you can put the app in Korean, and then you're basically forced to learn the app itself. Kind of reversed. It's not really good, but yeah. The main reason why I'm not gonna do it is, let's go back into the first one. Let's say I'm here and you are in the first dictionary and you want the first word verb that is to see or look at. That description, that's a feasible thing in Korean. And in Chinese, it's also feasible to an extent. Right here. This conjugation thing is not feasible in Korean. That system that I've put in place to make sure that you understand the system of, if you change the termination of the word, like miru is the first word that you have, and if you change that to minakatta, it is the negative past form. So it's in the past with katta, and it's nakatta, which means negative na, or minai, like this one, is negative, and then mita is past. So mina for minai, and then katta is past, so minakatta makes sense. And so that thing is workable in Japanese, but I don't think it works in Chinese entirely. I don't think you have the exact same conjugation system. And in Korean, it's even more different. So, like, it would make no sense for me to introduce like a new language to learn here. However, I could 100% get the the structure of the app, like the same system for learning the characters, the radicals, the kanjis by default, and have that for many languages that use character-based languages. But yeah, the thing that I talked about before regarding Korean is that um, if you look at the Korean alphabets, it's 24 letters. And that's it. So basically, you have your table, and you're done. like you don't have much more than that. But for me, if I look at my initial view, which is like the kana view, which would be the exact same thing as the Korean characters, the initial characters, I would have 24 characters right here, which is basically 3 rows. And radical don't really exist because it's the same thing as the main characters. Kanji don't really exist, so these 2 pages don't need to be there. And then I would benefit from having dictionaries in Korean for sure. And then your profile with all of the things that are in there. Why not? But that would limit the app to 3 pages. And I'm not saying no, but also I'm kind of saying no because it's way too little amount of data to be able to put that in the current system of the app. So I think the concept is true on any languages. Like the reason why I built the app in the first place was or is still true. As in, if you are using like Duolingo or whatever, if you're learning a language in general, you just need vocabulary. Like that's it. You need to understand how things are pronounced. So that's before the app. And then once you kind of know how to speak really, really badly, but still you can understand and you can recognize like the pitch accents and all of that. You only need vocabulary. Like that's all that most learners are missing because you end up with, oh, I want to say this, but I don't know how to say this. What the fuck do I do? And that, I mean, that's what happens to me all the times. So that makes sense. And then on top of that, the reason why I have like dictionaries per interest is because it just make so much more sense for you to learn things about food if you like food and you like cooking or you like to be in the kitchen and play with the utensils and so on, and you already know these words by heart on your main language. Learning them in another language is making a lot of sense. The thing that is pissing me off with Japanese lately is that that's a mouse. That's a keyboard. And so most of the things, like that's a phone. That's denwa or Ketai denwa, which that makes no sense. But then nowadays they say smartphone or smartphone, but smartphone makes more sense. It's faster. iPhone is an iPhone, and I feel like most of the Korean and Japanese have like similar or similarities in the words that are coming from English and used in the daily life, but not Chinese. I wouldn't be able to transfer that properly, at least. So, like that's the thing. The last point, which is the thing that I said in the first place, but still remains the most important point. I do not speak like Korean or Chinese. And so my ability to check if something that I'm adding into the app is true and grammatically correct and proper in terms of how people speak and so on is non-existent. So I wouldn't be able to check. And the only way that I can for myself is if I'm in there and I'm like, I'm not sure that this example sentence makes sense, I can read it and I can say, oh yeah, that first sentence probably doesn't need to end this way, or maybe I can add like an emphasis on something to make it more sense or make it make more sense because I can read it. A bit of a pain in the ass for me to read, but I still can. Whereas Chinese, it's not there yet. Even if I can listen to it, I wouldn't be like certain that it's good. But that's one of the reasons why I would have a very hard time to do that. On the other side of things, even though I don't want to do that, making an app to learn French, that would be very easy for me. And that would be a pain in the ass, again, because fucking French. But, I mean, I don't want to. I don't. Yeah, no, I don't want to, but I could, 100%. However, this whole system right here, not an option. Maybe I would have the 26 letters of the alphabet in the first page that would help the users to know what is the alphabet in French, which is basically the Roman alphabet or Latin alphabet, which makes sense. So if you already use Latin alphabet, you're kind of good. But you know, I don't know. I probably wouldn't use that. Anyways. So yeah, Kitty, that's what happened since last time you were here. That was a long time or a long explanation for saying all that. But yeah, it is in the back of my head. You are not the first one to ask for like Korean, Chinese, and other languages in there. I'm sure like there are other languages that are exactly the same as Japanese in terms of character structure that would help. And yeah, that's an option, but also harder to do, I would say. Like I'm sure that in essentially like Vietnamese or in what's the fucking place? I mean, not in the Philippines. I don't think Tagalog is much different, but nonetheless, you know. Yeah. It depends. Depends on the language, but it's also really annoying. I mean, right now I'm more on ensuring that this app, this version of the app currently has all the features that I need it to have, but also has a translation into like other languages. So right now, for example, let's say I was French, which is the case, I can have like the entirety of this in French, and therefore when you are in there, you will have the definitions, the explanations in French. So that makes sense. If you are like if you're German, I also have German in there, and so on. So like that's the type of thing that I kind of need to have working in order to make sure that everything is just on point and releasable. But yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain. But I build that. That's what I've been in the past year. I've been building that, and so to answer your question of how do I like to be without employer, that led me to basically have the time to build this thing and take the time to build it in a way that makes sense. I don't have money coming in much. Um, I have some paying users, but I don't have like 10,000 paying users. I wish. I wish. But if if you haven't tried it. Uh, but yeah, like that's the thing. Right now I'm building the analytics section because that's one of the most requested things. And then from my latest Reddit post, which is probably gonna break stuff, to be honest. In the I guess I posted in Japanese resources. I forgot. I did. So that post right here that had like a ton of reactions, and I mean, from my point of view, a lot of people have been giving me like some feedbacks that are really good. And so since that, I basically just implemented both of these things. I've been working on that, and I'm ensuring that basically the thing that I have right now is complying with all of the feedback that I have received, and then I can do another post to bump the views. Like basically every time that every time, the first time I posted in there, I got 300 downloads, which is pretty good. So, we like it. Yeah. The main concept is really, I would say the main concept is really simple, right? It's just your center of interest, what you are interested in, and how it makes sense. Like if it makes sense for you to learn something about like computers, let's say you are a dev or you are someone that loves to tinker with electronics, it would make a lot of sense for you to learn the words in the language that you are currently learning for your interest. If that's not the case, that's kind of weird. But if that's the case, makes sense. At least makes sense to me. You just say, well, I'm really interested in slangs, therefore I'm learning slangs in whatever language that I'm learning because there's a thing that people are using on the day to day. Or again, the business is the best example for me. Like I need to work in Japan. That's the plan. And if I don't know how to speak business related, that's not gonna fly. So, you know, learning these words makes a lot of sense. And right now, with the new SRS, like space precision system that is put in place, I'm the only one to have it. It works better, and it's a bit of an interesting system, I would say, where the word that I have in place or put in place is this dictionary, for example, right here, the slang dictionary is split into 4 sections. Section 1 with the first 25 words, section 2 with the second 25 words, and so on. And so when you are in a specific chunk, you can practice the words that are related to this specific oh, that's the wrong one. Specific chunk, and move on from there. The way that I have put that in place in the current thing that is in production is you can only practice these words. Whereas in the new version that I have on my phone, I have access to anything prior. So the two chunks, chunk 1 and 2, are combined into my potential quiz while I'm in these chunks that are already done. When I'm on this one, which is my current one, I have priority on the words that I haven't seen. So all of them that are currently orange are in priority for the quizzes, and the ones that are green that are already mastered are getting in low priority because I basically just mastered them. So that space repetition system that I put in place also bring back some of the previous words when it needs to fill the gap so that it refresh your memories. When you end up at the last chunk of a dictionary, you end up with basically the entirety of the 100 words in the potential words to learn, and it's just repetition based on how often you need to see something to make it stick. But you learn by 25 words by 25 words, so that's easier to just master not faster, but kind of faster. So nonetheless, that's the type of thing that I'm currently working on, that is working on my device, and I need to test it out on other devices and then push to production. But the sync in between devices is what's broken right now. So that bitch right there is I hate it. In terms of what you're asking, I would say I've seen on Xiaoxu specifically, because they are like, it's Chinese, so makes sense. A lot of people in there are building apps for learning Japanese, but also learning Chinese, and things like, I don't know if I will have some in my home feed, to be honest. That might not be the case. That's not the case. But shit like Mira, which we talked about before, is good. Again, that's for Japanese. Things like Pingo, which I hate, but it's just, I hate for personal reasons. It's good. It's an AI assistant that helps you to speak. So instead of speaking with someone else, which is usually what the learners have an issue with, like they don't feel like having a chat with a Japanese speaker, Chinese speaker, whatever language you're learning speaker, because you feel dumb and you embarrass yourself and you don't want to speak much. That is basically ensuring that you speak with your computer, and therefore you kind of good, like it's kind of safe. And I hate it because it doesn't give you, for Japanese specifically, from the people that I've seen on TikTok that are using it, it's giving you things and pitch accent that is wrong. It's AI generated pitch accent, and so sometimes it's not proper, but it's better than nothing. So if you're currently learning something and you want to get like a bit of a better understanding of the speaking ability option, Chinese being a tonal with inflection language, both of them, Cantonese and Mandarin, is going to be a lot more complex for AI to have properly integrated. So I'm really scared of that. But overall, it's a pretty good app for things. But but they have like these conversations that are like predefined conversations for your topic of interest, which is kind of similar. I do like it, but I don't want to have any AI in the app itself. I'm using AI to build the app myself because I can't code, but I don't want to have AI in the app. I feel like it's also a marketing thing right now, specifically, where if I'm saying no AI in your app, like in my app for learning Japanese, a lot of people are going to be, yeah, cool, I'm going to use this one because it doesn't have AI in it. So it's a very specific cast of people, but I also, makes sense. Nonetheless, this one is pretty cool for speaking. And I don't know if high T is it's not. It is not. High T is another one, but it's more like for activity, sports related things, and it's nice, at least from my point of view, obviously biased. It's a very good-looking app, and it's kind of the same thing. This is one of them that I saw on Xiangshu, which is the Chinese app. You could learn stuff and then get inspired by because it's really good, visually speaking. Nonetheless. But yeah, other than that, I don't know any other app for Chinese. I mean, I don't know because I have no interest now in learning Chinese. I did in 2010. I have some basis in Chinese. I think Cantonese. But at the time I didn't know, so I don't remember. I think Xie is the only one that I remember, which makes sense. But yeah, though, other than that, I don't have any apps to learn Chinese in my short-term memory. Nothing in the RAM. I just know that on Xiangshu, I'm getting like a lot of Chinese people that are saying, foreigners, please learn Chinese with this app, and so on. So there are tons, specifically now. Again, if you are a designer and you want to build an app, or you had an idea to build an app, well, it's time. It's the right time. But yeah, other than that, it's crazy that on desktop I'm not getting anything that I'm getting on mobile directly. But yeah, again, Duolingo, I don't know how it works for Chinese specifically. Like, I don't have knowledge on this. God damn it! I could have clicked on my face. Yeah, then. Again, I like it's been a bit there. Just a smidge. It still works. It still works. It's just kind of not good. Like, overall, we now have like 5 levels, and I'm currently at section 3 out of 60 on section 4, which, like, that's already a lot. Like, you have 60 units here, you have 50 units here, 42 units here, and then you have level 6, which is something that they are currently working on. But yeah, most of the thing that I don't like about here, or Duolingo in general, again, is the reason why I didn't, or I did build my own app, is what I'm seeing here is not good. So let's say right now it says watashi no okori desu. So that doesn't necessarily mean something the same way they want it to translate it. So right now, ogori is treat, but like, it's my treat is what they want you to say, I guess. But it's weird. I mean, it's specific, but it's also like not the common way of saying it. Like, if you say it's my treat to someone, there is like a very high probability for that person to be a date, friend, a family member, right? And when you use a sentence which is like watashi no ogori desu, you are saying the thing in a way that is very much formal and not how people speak. So you learn a way of saying something that is more formal than how you would use it in reality. And the formal way would not be "it's my treat." It would be "I'm paying today," or "let me pay, please," or like formal if you're building in business and so on, you would have something that is along the line of "please let me invite you today." Like that would be the sentence in very much formal. So you know, like I don't know. I I didn't listen. uh Also same thing. Like right now they have omuraise. Omuraise is not omelette rice. It's omuraise. It's as if I was saying um uh, I don't know, naan in India. Naan bread. The joke is over. Uh, and I'm translating it into uh, Indian bread. That makes no sense. It's called naan. That's the name. And omurice is, even though it's a combination of omelette and rice, it it it, it makes no sense to split it. So I mean I've been complaining about that a ton. But you know, what happened? What happened?
Anasazdev raided my stream with 16 viewers.
And I will go on in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're good. I hope the stream was good. As always, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the raid. If you don't know me, hi, I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, as always, feel free to ask. It is currently Monday, I think. It's a learning day. And we're talking about Japanese right now because I'm building an app called Can to learn Japanese. So, you know, if you're into that, check it out. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, Anna is doing some dev stuff most of the days, and complaining about databases. At least last time that was the case. So yeah, check them out. You know, it's nice. But yeah, we're currently like doing, I mean, not doing the Duolingo thing, but like basically complaining about what is in there because it's wrong. Like, for example, famiresu is family restaurant, right? That's how they basically combine the words in Japanese. And that is translated as dinner. And so this dinner is all right, is what the thing is. But it makes no sense in Duolingo to have that this way. So, you know. Anyways, let me just kill that bitch because I've done my day already, so I have no need for that. But yeah, so Duolingo is good. I think I have an article on my LinkedIn, a post on LinkedIn, and an article on my blog about Duolingo on its own. It's getting a lot of backlash because people don't like the content. It's really good for me to get the trigger on the day and the reminder on the things that I need to learn, right? It's just, oh yeah, I have like that habit of learning Japanese every day for the past 2019 days. So it's been a while. And now it's basically ingrained in me. If I don't do it on a certain day, it's like, oh, I missed something. Something's off. I don't know what happened. I don't know what I didn't do, but I didn't do something. And then that kicks in. Right now, obviously, because I'm 100% here all day building the app itself, I just don't remember to practice Japanese in Duolingo as often. I mean, I still do, but it's not like the same trigger because I'm getting in there and I'm like, oh, did I do my kanji for the day? No. Cool, just do that. And it's better because it's mine, and it's better because it's the content that I want to learn, but like that's detailed and so on. Overall, Duolingo for me is basically just the trigger that says, oh yeah, you have some things to do, you have your habit tracking that needs to happen, and right now you are currently in that specific session, you need to work on that, and you should be good. But yeah, the thing that I have issues with is mostly it's not proper sentences. I know that for learning English, it's pretty good. I know that for learning French, I think it's okay. It has some issues. And I know that for learning Japanese, there is a lot of demands, but it's not necessarily good. And for learning Korean, it's really limited. As far as I remember, there is like 6 lessons or something like this. Like there is like 6 units, and it's really, really limited, which is really bad. But no, it happens. Um, but overall, it's really a good starting point. It has good structure, and the guidebooks that we have had in the past were much better than these because these makes no sense. Right now, they're like just giving you sentences, and that is not enough, specifically because these things are not necessarily what you are supposed to. Yeah, that makes no sense. So, yeah. Watashi no ogori desu makes no sense to me. But also, my treat is something that they would say in English as well. Like, that's something that would happen. So, it can happen. So, yeah. It happens. You said something earlier that I didn't read. Like for he, she, it's Ang. They put both in the same. So the character they use just slightly different. Good question. Yeah. Also, these 2 characters that you're sending is yes, I know. Like that's one of the things that I have been complaining about. Even for me, for my app specifically. In the like in these 2, for example, these 2 are really, really similar. And this one, which is cool, and this one, which is Nigamae, they're the same. They are the exact same. These two squares are basically the same fucking characters. And this one is Gutsi, which is like inside, it's smaller. And Kunigamae is enclosure, which is like the around, so it's a tad bit bigger. And so if you get them side by side in a piece of text, you see the difference. But if you don't put them in a piece of text, you will not really see the difference. It's the same thing as this. Also, this is something that we need to talk about at some point. Let me see. Like, need to zoom in. Let me get like a 80 point on this one. that. And then I should just ta-da! So chikara, which is the first one, is a kanji for strength, and ka is the takana for ka, which is the same as ka. And then kyu, which is the character for 9, is here. So that is similar, but it goes the other way. The character for car is kuruma. Kuruma is pretty simple. And no, just car. Like, sorry. God damn it. Just car. Yeah, no. Like, chikara, ka, ka, kyu. Yeah, these are also like kind of annoying because, you know, like these bases are, they are okay, but like you very much needs to understand when to look, how to look, and so on. Nonetheless, there is a ton of these as well in Japanese, specifically in kanjis, are kind of similar, but it's just it's also really weird for how they are presenting things. Like, it's not linked to stuff, so it's annoying. Nonetheless, I do agree with you that they do a lot of trick questions, and there is a lot of trick questions specifically in Chinese and Japanese to have like characters and kanjis that are exactly the same, except something that is just a teeny tiny amount of curve that is a bit different, or something that is a tad different. There is like a show about like the kanji difference show in Japan, but so like I don't remember, but they have like a TV show basically that gives the user or the participant, the candidates, two kanjis to just recognize which one is which, and most of the time they're using things that are like to the level of these, where you're like, yeah, well, they are the same. Oh no, they're not the same. Cool. Or this one, which is like, oh, I can kind of see the difference on these, but like the one that I had in my head is such an annoyance, as in it's the same, and it's just, if you don't pay attention, one of the line is broken at one point, and then the pen is going up and then it goes down again, and then when you see the final form of the kanji, which is what you have as the participant, you don't fucking know. And so yeah, on top of that you also have this, which is not something that we know. Like reading that is not good. So Yeah. That so for you specifically, for your use cases where both he or she is the same character or the same pronunciation, like pronoun type of situation, I don't understand how they can penalize you for not choosing the right pronoun in the sentence if it could be both, right? If he or she could work based on the sentence that is defined, that shouldn't be a negative part. But yeah, I mean, I know that they do that as well, which is really annoying. Agreed. Agreed. Look at this bitch. Sorry, I'm just... this one. If you write the line in the other direction, it means dry. Otherwise, it's 1,000. That knowing. Knowing. Anyways. So yeah, that's the thing. But I'm not opposed to potentially have some sort of a base system that would potentially work for like Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, other languages that are similar. I would say the only thing that is necessary for me to ensure is that the system is working in the same way. So that the learner have like at least characters that make sense. Maybe something like I'm thinking about some of the writing system of India that would give the user some sort of an accent or different forms for the characters and so on. That in combination with that specific thing that goes under, you get a specific sound that could work with my system with radicals, for example. And then on top of that, you have like final words, if that exists, like kanji type situation. But then I feel like it's gonna be mostly words. And as soon as you have like the main characters, accents, stuff, and then words, so you don't have kanjis. For Korean, that's the case, kinda. For Chinese, that's not the case. You have radicals and kanjis, which is fine. But that's an option. And then words. But that's a bit of a pain. But I will need 100% to get like more languages, potentially different apps, different names for different things. But most importantly, again, I need this one to work and then to work as well on Android, which is with the same features. Like right now, the Android version is really bare bone. I mean, both of the apps, like the one that is on the store on iOS and the one that is on the store on Android, is basically the same, with one difference, which is Android doesn't have CloudKit. Its CloudKit is iOS, so that's the main difference. And that needs to change, right? I need to have some sort of a progress saving system, but that basically means that I need something like Firebase or other things to be integrated, and that pisses me off because I don't want to do that. Because Firebase is going to cost me some money. It will be behind the paywall, so right now we have like 150 users on Android, as far as I remember. Let me check. Yeah, 153 active users, 240 downloads, but no one bought anything. I mean, I understand, right? No one wants to buy anything on Android anyways. Makes sense. But yeah, I need to at least have the iOS and the Android version to be at the same state and the same features as much as they can. So the SRS system needs to go in the Android version, and the analytics needs to go on the Android version as well. That needs to happen once the iPhone 1 is done. And yes, I know I should have done both on Flutter or whatever. No, not gonna happen. But yeah, could happen once I have both of the apps at the same level and the same content on everything. I would be able to add like more stuff. But yeah, um, mm, it is. I can, yeah, yeah. But again, going back to what you said earlier, I mean, not you, it was cross keys, but um, basically, the system that I have right now, which is using kanjis for displaying kanjis inside of the app. Yeah, right, fine, we're calling. There will be an issue with displaying the kanji characters and the kanji characters, like the Chinese kanji characters and the Japanese kanji characters, because they are not the same. And I've been trying. Oh, you missed it by a hair. Uh, I've been trying to figure out when I'm using the wrong ones, and I can't figure it out, which is good. And then the second thing, which is pretty important, someone that I saw on, I think I saw that on TikTok, has made an app to, well, I mean, not necessarily an app, but basically an Anki deck that is containing multiple fonts. Um, because, I mean, I don't think this is going to be visible much, to be honest. Let me see if I can do that before. Oh, let me. Right. That. So if I go with enter, that's the font that I have. But if I go with something like some of my initial, uh, like this, for example, or let's do another one. If I go into some of these, bitch, you were good. You were so good right there. Um, like the ability for you as a user to say, oh yeah, these are definitely um, the same character, and I can 100% like understand in each cases. And that is something that I want to put in place at some point, because yes, it is going to happen, specifically when you are reading things that have been handwritten, or if I were to bring that back here, bitch, get out. And go in these, for example, and you want to know like what's that character. You do. You do. I'm telling you. You want to know. You want to know what's written in there. You want to know how the Kanban that are outside, like what is written in here. And so when you have seen your whole life these ones that are extremely proper, extremely clean, and then one day you encounter this one, you're like, what the fuck? How? Who? What am I reading? So that person that made this app that they had, like, or Anki deck with multiple fonts, is a very, very good idea that I didn't think about in the first place. And since I've seen that, I'm like, I need to implement at least something that use a brush version of the font at least once, so that during the quizzes, you end up being triggering a version of the learning material that is like in another format than this, because this is like, I recognize the character and that makes sense, and it's pretty simple overall for me to read them. But if they were written like this, I probably would have like a bit of an issue. The first one that I clicked on earlier, I feel like, and I'm unsure, I feel like, you know, the this one is South, like the character for South, but I'm not sure. Like, obviously, not that it. I feel like that's the character itself here. Like, it would make sense, but also it has like a bit of an X form right about here. So that's why I'm like unsure. And it's probably not. But, you know, like, I would love to read that. And so based on the katakana, I'm guessing that it's probably hiru. But I don't. Is it kahiru? Let me just read things. Gonna be faster. Kahiru. Let me see. Yeah, I don't. I don't think I can find this thing. Based on the basis that we have in there, the only one that I see that's flying, so that makes no sense. But yeah, again, good thing that I need to put in place, because it makes sense for me to get in and get some sort of a font related system, so that when you're learning, you're like learning with other reading format. I don't know if the native iOS fonts are an option. I know that on Android that's not an issue, because specifically like on Samsung phone, I'm gonna have, or on Xiaomi phone for me, I'm gonna have like most of the Chinese fonts that are built in. On Samsung phone, I'm gonna have most of the Korean font that are built in, and so on. But, you know, like, I need a I need a way to make this make sense, because if I have all of that in the app, it just makes your life easier when you're learning. So, you know, that. Anyways. And yes, I could make my own font. For sure. That would be a lot of work. For sure. So I don't know if I would do that. But nonetheless, it does like it's probably not the same words, but you know. Like, there are some differences, not much, but there are some differences and some order of strokes that are not necessarily the same. So someone that I saw again on here. Yes, it is. It is. Ions. I'm guessing it's Iron Storm. your name? Welcome on it. Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate it. Um, it makes sense. I mean, that's the only way that I would read it. Like, I don't know. Welcome on it. It is. It was what was proposed on Z or NZ, or probably the way that it's supposed to be pronounced in Chinese. I'm looking for one specific ones that are or used to be really nice presentation, but as always, it's been like a week, and I like a lot of ass. So yeah, Hanzu. Ah yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, appreciate it. The tonality of Chinese is also something that is really important to me. Not that I'm, again, interested in learning Chinese. I was, but it's the same thing for Japanese because, like, the pitch accent, even though not that important, it is good to know and better to know if you understand it rather than not understanding and just going blind. So, you know, that's something. I'm looking for one of the Chinese people that were displaying how, right about here, how basically some of the initial Hanzi were transformed into the characters that are now the Japanese characters. And so the simplification of some of these make a lot of sense. And when you're looking at them, you're like, oh yeah, I can see that. I can understand that 100%. And why or how things have just been moving along. This one makes absolutely no sense to me. Yeah, like the fact that this one, for example, had the top, and then you do this one. It's just the bottom bit, which is the brain recognizable part. God damn. So it's a very interesting thing to see as well. Kind of, you know, analyze and so on. Huh. Does it still exist? Maybe. I am blown away though. Like right now. Blown away by something that is very designer friendly from my designer ass. This is an article from May 14th of this year, right? That says that now, thanks to the ruling on the US, they can do direct sales on iOS. They are still using the iPhone 4 as a preview for the app. And that's crazy. How can you, like, still, you updated your fucking thing basically last month, but your app screenshots haven't? So Stony, I do agree with this, right? I do agree that if it works, it works. But my first instinct when I saw that was, oh, so it's probably deprecated. And then I saw that they had an article about the direct sale right now, and I was like, okay, so you're still in business, but you haven't been able to just take a new screenshot? That's kind of crazy. Because you have the screenshots right there. Like these ones are iPhone 10 screenshots. I mean 10 and up. So yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it. Nonetheless, yes. The OCR that we're talking about, where you could scan character or like basically write characters as well. This is really good. I do like Monzi instead for myself because it's just it makes more sense. But this is basically the same thing but for Japanese, and you have an OCR as well, and you have a writing system as well. It could be the same people, to be honest. They have like a ton of things in there that are really good, which I do enjoy, and they use like different fonts. Going back to what I was saying earlier, it like this, which is like written and so on. And I discovered something earlier, 2 weeks ago, I would say, which is on Monji. That's not the right fucking folder. You have this page, which is the home page. If you look closely, the background is a lot of characters, right? And by mistake, I put my finger on my screen, and then the character lit up, and you have this really cute animation. If you look closely at that specific like input field, whatever is highlighted is a very, very quick click the thing. So let's say I was looking for that, like that character that is right here, which is Kokoro. You just click on it, and then you just press next, and you have Kokoro that is like fucking written in the field. That's great. That blew my mind. I wasn't aware that this was the case, and I just tapped. The thing that is really good as well is that every time that it selects something, there is a micro vibration. So it's just notice that you are hovering something, and it's kind of cute. But yeah, that was pretty impressive. But yeah, like this entire thing, no, you can't scroll. That's the sad thing. You just have these, which I don't know what they are. Because based on what I can see, they are not N5 nor N1. I mean, they are like a combination of most of the things. They might be like the most common ones, but yeah. Like it's a really nice system, and like they do have like writing systems that make sense. They do have like again fonts that just all different, and you know, more stuff. The thing that I wanted to have in my app was this. I wanted to have the writing system so that you can know how to write them, but no. I might have these things at some point if I can figure them out in like SVG, animated SVG, so that it's not like too heavy. But I do have 1,000 kanjis in the app, so that means 10,000 SVGs to load on launch. That's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. Like this one is coming from the API, I know that, but it's also like, again, based on the fact that my app is supposed to be fully offline, that yeah, you think iOS supports APNG? I don't. I I don't think that's the case. But yeah, they have this, which is really nice, like print or handwritten, and that gives you a bit more, a bit better of a writing system around here to, you know, get a bit of structure, which yeah, I kind of like. Anyways, so yeah, Monji is kind of similar to the one that you were talking about, Pleco. But again, like they I arrived there and I'm like, that's an iPhone 4. That app is dead. Like there is no question that app is dead. I don't even know if Foxy has. Yeah, I would say the same thing about this one. Which apparently I can't say the name because, you know, it triggers the trigger. But this app that I built in 2013 was for this phone specifically. And I can tell that this mockup is really not good. They should update that. And, you know, I should contact them, to be honest. I should send them like a bit of a DM and say, well, I built your app back in a long time ago. Do you want like a new design for the thing? It might work. Might work. Might work. Still, good logo. We like that. It's simple. It's also like cropped on the side, which is really sad. Why am I seeing these? Am I seeing these details? But yeah, like that's if I enter a website for an app and the app preview is showing me like a phone that is older than 3 years, I would think that the app is dead and that it's just yeah, it just doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't been updated for a long time or something. But even there, like this looks more like an Android frame than an iPhone frame. It still has the notch, but it's like a weird notch nonetheless. Doesn't really matter. Like if I go on obviously biased, you know, if I load this and you don't know and you can't tell because you can't tell, this could be a 14 Pro, 15, 16, probably 17 as well. So it's still relevant-ish. Like it's not a 16 because the corner radius is different, obviously. But you know, when you're in there, you're like, okay, cool. I recognize that. I recognize that the border in between the screen and the edge is really big. So that might be like one of the older versions, but it still has a dynamic island and so on. So I would be willing to think that it's like at least 14 or 15. And that, you know, that's to me, that's enough. However, if or when Apple decide to finally change the dynamic island sizes to something that is more minimal or invisible, one of my first thing to do to update the website is just to take the exact same screenshots because it's going to load the same and put that into a mockup of a 16, 17, 18, 26, whatever name they want, and put that on the website and be like, it's up to date, it's updated, it's available for your phone that is the newest phone. Like that is the type of thing that we used to do in agency, like almost immediately. So, you know, details. Also, I just saw something and I need to fix that. God damn, that is bad. There is the frame that contains the buttons right here. This frame right there needs to have my overflow visible, and let me see if it goes on the other ones. Visible, cool. This one still visible, yes. Good. Details. Um, most people don't. The apps websites that we are using are for SEO most of the times, right? You need one, so I need one, so I have one right here. And the reason why I updated, by the way, because that out of nowhere like this, it doesn't look like anything. If you look at the hover state right here, my border on the buttons is cropped, specifically on this size. It's just really bad. So now we have realistic buttons. I mean, realistic, not realistic, but like buttons. Did I make a mistake and did I forget to do that on other things? Maybe I did. God damn. My bad. That's on me. That's what we do here most of the time. So if you have questions, if you have things that you've worked on and you want me to take a look at, feel free to send the link in chat or whatever. That's what I do on stream most of the time. I'm gonna need to fix the one at the bottom because it's gonna haunt me otherwise. But yeah, like that's the type of thing that I would do almost instantly. I might not do or redo the videos because I might not have access to one of these new phones right away. Also, why the fuck are you so slow right now? God damn. Yeah, right about here. Good thing I know or how I design stuff, because God damn. This is probably gonna be somewhere around here, right? Yeah. It still hasn't loaded. Yeah. It should be fixed. It is. Oh, it is almost fixed now. It's the main card, the main container that needs to have things. Apparently my computer is basically crashing at that instant, so yeah, you see, Nate? That's bad. Can you just like load faster? Thank you. This. Oh. Let's hope. Ah, for fuck's sake. Much better. So much better. Anyways. I like that. It's a bit slow, but I like that. I don't think that's a you thing. I think that's a me thing. It is a bit slow. It is. It is a bit slow. The appear is a bit slow. Though, to be honest, with your tagline of building clean accessible user experience using cutting-edge technologies. It is clean, and it's probably accessible as well, based on the code. So, yeah, you probably have the right things, the right sections, you're using Tailwinds, that makes sense. Yeah, it's better than what Figma is building, so you good. You good. I would say the animation might be a bit triggering when I'm looking at them. My main recommendations, as always, for everyone is have your project at the top. As top as you can. So, right, that's mine for my design agency. That's what you want the users to see. Like it's what you did, how to contact you, and then if they want to scroll, they can. But from a point of view, like I launched the fucking thing. Okay, they did that. That makes sense, or at least that makes more sense to me, because that way the person that is potentially hiring you or looking at your project and so on will be like, okay, cool. So that's what they do. That's the type of thing that they are doing most of the time. So I'm seeing like app design, website design, or software design, branding, and that kind of makes sense. And they want like a bit more details and so on. Like they have detailed content in there with more screenshots and whatever, but that makes sense. I need to change that thing. I need to change my pricing in my plan because I hate it. But we'll see. But yeah, high level recommendation. Put the project at the top so that you can see at least like the first two that peek from the bottom of the screen, so that the user can be like, okay, cool. So what's the projects, and then what is the skills, and then the about me. I know it's counterintuitive to get the about me at the bottom, but it makes more sense for the potential viewers hiring people to say skills, what they do, or who they are, rather than who they are, what they can do. Is that I don't know, it's a bit of a weird thing for my hiring brain. Like I would rather go into someone else portfolio and say that, like, for example, if I'm here, bitch, sorry. If I'm here, I'm seeing what they have done, and then on scroll, I would have a bit more information about them, but it's kind of weird. So, yeah, to me, it's mostly like I need to see your work first, and then move on. Like that makes sense to me. Like this would make me scroll just because it looks good, but also it would make me not hire them because of that blank fucking edges right here. That makes no sense. Like you should have noticed that as the main designer of this thing. Like that, the fact that it's flat. Anyways. But yeah, these projects make sense in a way. The transitions are good, and so on. So all of that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, like I get it, but I would rather have project first, about me later. Even though, again, going back to a lot of people are doing this, and the eyes being like inverted is really weird. it it feels off to have this at the bottom, but also this is like dev related, I feel like, so it makes sense. I know. Yeah, that's the overall thing for me, at least from my recommendation. I would have like your project first and then your about you later. And skills, I don't know. I have a lot of personal biases on these sections on dev websites. The reason for that is the probability of someone coming to your website being a dev is really high. The secondary people that could come to your website would be hiring people that are looking for a dev. And so they know what the logo itself is. And HTML5, I get it. But also, if you are in tech and you are hiring a dev and you don't recognize that logo, you don't recognize React as a logo, you don't recognize Sass as a logo, that weirds to me. So I would rather have the logos themselves without their names. That would help. I mean, would help. Could help, could be better to declutter this, except for Shadcn, because this bitch has the smallest logo ever. Like I don't get it, but it's fine. And I would probably cluster them. Brain. It is clean, but goddamn. I would probably cluster them into small cards, probably the same size of this. So something that is like going to be you have 7 here. I'm gonna do something. I would probably have I don't know if that's feasible with what I have in my head. Kinda is. I will kill people at Figma. That needs to happen. Me killing people, nothing else. I could see something like this, or maybe something like this with a bit of a fake masonry grid with this saying like languages, maybe a bit offset like this to have just your title and then just the icons themselves to reorganize the view. This is very much a design thing. And that way you basically have the same thing with just 2 because framework is big. Maybe that's the way, you know. Just dang. maybe just that. And you have like your languages, which is 7, your framework being like somewhere around here, and you have 5, right? So because you just have 5, you may just be like this, and in order to change things around to not always be the same, you might just do something like this. Same thing for the second one, and then runtime is really really tiny, but like maybe you have something like this, and then the last one being runtime, you get like a cluster that is just the 3 right about here. To kind of get a bit of a clusterized view of what you can do. Might be a bit of a mess in terms of the organization and the alignment and whatever you want to do, but you could play with this to make something a bit more compact. At least you have them in 2 lines instead of 4. But yeah, that would make more sense to me to make the user go faster. And then if you really need to, because that's always an option, you could have the image only, and then on hover, you just blur the image with the name on top so that people understand like what it is, what it represents, and so on. So I think like, let me see if I can... Is that a fucking SVG? I think it is. Bitch, it is. Oh, come on. You want this to be what, 48? I mean, this is a 72, so 64. Cool. I don't know what orange it's supposed to be, but God damn it. You know what? It's gonna be much better if I do like 70 on this so that it matches this. The orange was supposed to have is absolutely 100%. That's gonna be bad. Not at 80.
Iron's Torm is now following.
Appreciate the foil. The foil. Good job, me. I am dying. I am dying. Thanks a lot for the follow. Let's do 14 on this, right? 14 kind of makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but it kind of makes sense. Nothing. Eh. That's gonna be bad. I don't care. I just want to try something. We'll try something. Yeah. Maybe without the fucking background for sure, but very simple. Could work. Like it doesn't. If it's necessary, if the people don't know what the name are, what the things are, I feel like that could work. Specifically because using Tailwind right now, Tailwind 4.2, I think, you can have blur and transition blur as well. So that could work. That could work. Nonetheless, just an idea, the potential, you know. Uh, yeah. I mean, again, do whatever feels right to you for sure, because that's what matter most. But thank you, Kira. I don't know if I would say they are nice IDs. I think they are just first fucking thing that drops in my head. And again, they are based on years of looking at stuff and be like, oh yeah, just like that, you know, like that. That's the type of shit that I see all day. So of course, my brain is going to make connection into other things. Of course. Like, it makes sense. Anywho. So yeah, I would do that. I would have your project at the top and then your skills and then your about me, or your project, your about me, and then your skills, even though if I'm coming to your website as a hiring person, I want to know your name, your skill. I mean, not your skills, but your job title, basically, your past projects, so that I can check if they are relevant to what I'm doing. And then if in your project there is nothing that matches with what I want to have, do you at least have the skills that I need? And then I'm supposed to have read your resume anyway, supposed to. So I would agree. Like, for me here, oh, that was pretty bad. For me here, I have what I do. You have a bit of a hint of project, even though these are not necessarily project, but like things. And then you can just go in if you're looking for mobile app, you go in there. If you're looking for desktop app, you go in there. If you're looking for website, you go in there. If you're looking for like discovering of new tools, me shitting on clients, and so on, you know, like that makes sense. UI kits might make sense for you. So, and then I have just other things. Yeah, like that's basically ensuring that you give the person that is looking at your website portfolio information about what you've done and what you can do. Yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. Speaking of, by the way,
Ma!
I have made the executive decision to revert the last 3 days of work we've done. I went back on what I was saying, and the only reason why I did revert to this level of nothing, or basically everything, every style in one page, is for the export. Right now, the like exporting each of the icons in their style is way easier to do if I'm going through this compared to what I was doing with the groups. The thing that is pissing me off right now is the fact that I have now lost what was duplicated in names. So I need to go back in my VODs to check what were the names that were the same. Like, I remember that the batteries are different, or were named different, or named the same. I changed that already, but that's about it. Welcome back. I am on Blue Sky. I don't use it though. I have absolutely forgot that should have posted today to say that I'm live, but I forgot. But yeah, I'm there. I am there. It is linked to my own domain and so on. But yeah, it's just like it's a spam. To me, it's a spam channel. I hate it. Trying to make it as clean as I can so that it doesn't really look like a spam channel, but it is a spam channel. And it's just making sure that you know that I exist online. That's about it. From time to time, I'm posting things, but most of the time I don't, for the simple reason that most of the things, because I don't have any interactions on Blue Sky, get no traction. So compared to the same post on here, for example, let's say I'm using like this one because that makes sense. This one had like 5,000 views and some interaction and so on. The same on Blue Sky that we just passed had like one like and I think 2 views. So I'm like, is it really worth it to spend the time to post in there when you have like no reach? Yes, because the more you post, the more reach you will have. I get it, but god damn, I appreciate. But it's just, I don't know. Not that I have like way more followers on these platforms. Like I just have 3K. Just have, like that's the thing. Thread is the same thing. Not necessarily good either, but getting more views nonetheless. Like that's the main thing. Like this one has 20,000 views, so that helps. Discovery and shit. Anyways, it's also fun for me to look at this thing that has blown up in the past, and then all the things have changed since then. So the people that are interested in that are now looking at the app, and it's just doesn't exist anymore, or it's different. So, but yeah, I'm trying to do like as clean as I can for my feeds for stuff, so that it's not just the same fucking post every time, but kinda is. Bitch. But these things don't work. It's kind of sad. I forgot I posted that. I just saw the previous post. That one that I'm peeing biohazard green. Yes, that it's not something that you're supposed to know. Anyways, that's clean. But yeah, no. Otherwise, I don't really use socials. And the socials that I'm using are mostly Chinese or different, and they don't really bring me anything, to be honest. So yeah, it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's the thing. By the way, Kira, how are you on your own website? I remember that you were adding some textures and effects last time that you shared the link. Where did you make some changes in there, or not yet, or not at all? Ollie, hi, welcome back. Welcome on in. How's everything? How's the new house? New house? Maybe new house. I forgot. Manchester. You know what? I don't know where that is. It's absolutely not where I thought it was. Okay, I thought it was more in Edinburgh as location. I thought it was like way higher, but apparently not. Yeah, apparently not. I see. I mean, I would do the same if I could. I mean, I moved from here to here, so yeah, 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 far away from this bitch, for sure, for sure. So no practical effect. You just made a bunch of scripts. Well, if that works, that's good. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. How's the Watson? No. Yes. Yeah. Dang. Um. I'd need to check it out at some point when it's not on wait list because I'm not gonna wait list, but is that on purpose? I guess yes. Yes, it is. I'm seeing things. As always. I mean, that makes sense. I hate this, by the way. Not that, but I hate this. The fact that if you look really closely, right there, and you might see that. Let me check. I don't even think you can see that on stream. Um, the fact that the border in the button itself is in the native thing is currently set to inset, apparently. You get this half of a hair of a bitch ass pixel on the edge that is using the background color of the button, so it shows through, and you would need to have your border to be center, but then when you do that, or it's not necessarily easy to do, so yeah, it's not practical. I hate this. This is not a you thing. Like this is the fucking basic CSS stuff. But yeah, it's an interesting way that you have like these buttons, these tabs to be rounded tabs instead of square tabs. But yeah. Oh, it's a blend mode. That's worse. I see. That's even worse. Right there. Can you see that? Yeah, you kind of can see that in the bottom corner. But it needs, I mean, it wouldn't. If it's a blend mode, then you can't do that. I get it. I get it. Yeah, that's just web. That's so sad. Also, yes. Also, yes. These are really cute though. I'm not gonna lie. These are really nice. I saw that Ben has been going back live on YouTube last months, and then he stopped again, which is really fun for me, because it's just what happens. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. He's been doing like some stuff on live, basically. Yeah, no, I know you. You meant you had your own video. Like that dropped like 3 months ago, 2 months ago, basically once a month, which is kind of interesting. Maybe there is like one stream live bitch a month. Cool. No, this is Arc. This is Arc for now. For now, it's Arc. What's your are you still DT on here? No. I mean, kinda. Let me deep dive in these. That's great. 9 years ago, video is really good. That, I mean, I'm impressed. Your first video has more views than most of my videos. I'm so sad. Did you speak? The music in the background. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna watch it. But now I've seen things. Also, I need a fucking out there. Bring that back. Oh, interesting. Is this like a 3D printed situation kind of thing? I'm going faster. It seems to be some sort of. You have caved on 3D printing. I haven't. I am attempting to not cave on the 3D printing thing because, yeah, would make more sense. Would make more sense. To check. Yes. I'm guessing this is the project itself with its own accounts, right? Cool. We can check that out. I've been trying to do like a bit more marketing and I hate it. Like, that doesn't surprise me from you. Yeah, I've been trying to do like a lot more marketing stuff, as in LinkedIn posts, YouTube videos, short videos like 3 minutes, 4 minutes videos here and there. And yeah, it doesn't work. The one that I have on LinkedIn, again, like these are the one that makes sense. So nice. Sorry. that Laura is my first apprentice, I would say, that I had in my company, which is really good. And I advocated for her to get paid more, and she got paid way more, which is really cool. Was really happy with it. Anyways, pretty nice to see that she's, you know, on a Figma video. Goddamn. But yeah, no, most of the thing that I've been chatting about and talking about on LinkedIn have been okay, but also, like it's not bad, but it's not good. Like the numbers of views, the number of things don't really work. Like the one that Johan has liked here. I mean, this one specifically. I made a mistake. I made a huge mistake. I once again forgot that PM and AM exist, and so I meant to post this at 1 in the afternoon, and it posted at 1 at night in the morning. So that was really bad. But yeah, most of my posts lately have been having less and less views compared to the one that were about Sketch and the one that were about Figma. So yeah, I'm trying to, you know, get stuff, get some videos in there because LinkedIn kind of likes the videos. Again, this one is still, I don't get it. I don't understand how you have like 90,000 views almost on that. Just shitting on Figma ish. You know, that's the thing. That situations, I do not know. But yeah, it's kind of hard. Like all the marketing things that needs to happen is just such an annoyance, and I would rather not. I would rather not. The thing is, I had a viral for me, um, like tweet some weeks ago that bring me 400 downloads on the app, which is really impressive. It was just everyone was shitting on me, which is good. You know, it happens. Fuck off. But that brings some people to the app, so I'm happy with that. And on LinkedIn, I had like some things, and on Reddit, I had like one post get like 20,000 views or something. That basically bring same thing, like 200 downloads to the app. So it works. I just need to make more, and I hate it because it doesn't feel natural to me. It's the yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't feel natural. It feels forced, and it feels like I'm forcing myself to record the videos, write the scripts, define the posts, and so on. And that's just, I don't know. It feels like a waste of energy when I'm basically needing to build more features for the app itself, like directly, not this one, in there. And you know, like that's the situation. Also, the next one is going to be 9,900, which is pretty impressive for today. I mean, it's not 9,000 today, but that is a nice amount in one day. I'm gonna say that. But yeah, so the marketing thing is necessary at some point. It's just time consuming, and as I think I said that before. If I had more paying users on the app, like let's say I had 1,000 paying users, that's not the case right now. That 1,000 paying users would give me the ability to hire someone to do the marketing for me. And that would be basically paying for itself, I would say, in the first months, 2 months, roughly. Because I'm currently living without a paycheck for a long time, or have been living without a paycheck for a long time. So I'm fine with it. And so anything that I make could go directly back into the business and the marketing and so on. So that's an option. But yeah, the good thing is the company that I have, my own company, is paying taxes on the profit and not on the revenue, because I did that properly. So anything I make, if I'm using it for the business, not taxed. So that's neat. That is neat. However, if I hire someone, it's taxed. So that's French. But yeah, that's the thing. So basically, if I'm buying a new computer, I can deduct that from my income for whatever client that I could have as a freelancer. And if I buy like a new phone for the sake of testing the app, it goes into this. I'm in the deficit. Like I'm in a I think 10K deficit right now in terms of how much I'm invested in terms of devices, time, subscriptions, and so on. So I have a long way to go before I can pay taxes on what I'm making. Sorry, French government, you're not getting me right now. You will get me soon, but not right now. Also, that's the wrong button, but that works as well. If you want to give me some money to make me pay some taxes, do that. But yeah, that's the current situation. At least I need to figure out. Oh, how is this not the situation? God damn. Yeah, I hate it. It's like I feel like the podcast is this, right? I know it's not the same, but to me the podcast is this stream. The stream is the only thing that I have to market myself as myself. Anything else is gonna take time that I don't really have. And also, if I'm like specifically for your first ID, not the second and third one, but like having other designers talk about design is to me already too many designer podcasts that I'm seeing that are just saying the same thing. And so me adding to the pile doesn't help. And I personally wouldn't watch a design related podcast. I would watch someone that talks about the design for sure, but I wouldn't watch someone that talk about design with another designer because I don't have access to their brain. Like I don't know exactly how they think. I just see the podcast itself, if that makes any sense. That's why like the stream is making a lot more sense to me, because you ask a question, I'm taking a look at it, I'm showing you what I'm thinking, how I'm thinking about like redesigning stuff, moving things around and so on. That kind of makes sense to me. But yeah. The thing that I had as an ID was 100% get my Japanese class, like my Japanese school that I used to go to, because it's the vacation right now, holidays. To get like flyers and business cards and things for the app specifically in the school, because it makes sense there, right? It's a Japanese related school where people are learning Japanese. So I have an app that is for learning Japanese. Therefore, it makes sense to advertise it there. I think I will be able to, but still, like it's you know, a bit of a weird thing. Because I can't really have like a partnership with the school itself. I wouldn't be able to say, well, if the students use this code, then they get like a discount, and if the school wants, they can, or the teachers want, they can assign like homeworks where people are supposed to practice on the Kana, for example, and whatever, and then get something out, and they're like, oh yeah, cool, we can do that, and oh, that was a mistake, oh, that's good, and so on. But we don't have like an analytic view at the end that gives the teacher an understanding of what is happening for the students. So that's not an option. I can just put things there and say, well, we have bias. That's it. But yeah, no, I thought about it. I thought about schools, and that's an option. I don't have a lot of Japanese people around here that I know of, and my friends are in Japan, which, based on the data that I have, Japan is the second region that is downloading my app, so that's good. But I mean, it makes sense, right? It's just foreigners that are in Japan and are trying to learn Japanese while they are there. Complicated to reach from France. So, yeah, best option for me is to get like brain. Japanese language design, not design, but like YouTube channels and other mailing lists and so on that already have like a reputation of talking about good enough products and other things. I could just contact them and just say, well, I have built this thing. I just need feedbacks on it, and I would love for you to just talk about it if you can, but I don't have any money right now to pay you for like a sponsored post. But it's just like, if you want, please do. It would be great. But yeah, that's the type of thing that I need to do. But it's just like marketing and networking for this type of thing is just not my thing. And yeah, odd. Yeah, if you have someone, would love to know. Would love to know for sure. But again, I mean, I'm broke as fuck when it comes to the budget that I have for the app is like minus 10K. So that's hard. It's hard to get. Have a good rest of your food thing. Ollie, you're probably gonna be back when I'm not there anymore. Based on the next 7 minutes. So have a good food time. Have a good food time. Yeah, that's also one of the things that is annoying. It's like I don't have money to pay pay anyone to do the marketing right now. I don't have enough money to pay myself, and the app is not making enough money to pay myself at a minimum. So yeah, that's not so good situation, and it's really hard to get marketing materials without like organic marketing materials. So yeah, that is the situation. I just need organic materials to make people aware that this thing exists. What pisses me off is that in order to do that, I need to post like 15 times a day on all the platforms, roughly, to, someone that sees you in the morning might not see your post again in the afternoon. And therefore you want to ensure that they see at least one to be aware that it exists. So that's the thing. But I don't think I could post 15 times a day on 5 platforms and it'd be have time to do other things and build the app in a way that makes sense, because goddamn, that's time consuming. Like already I'm doing Mondays video recording where I just go through all of my topics that I need to talk about on that specific week, and then I'm recording like 4 to 5 short videos, like 3 minutes talking head, like really heads on about whatever topic I have to talk about, and then that is posted on YouTube, which I forgot the one from today. And yeah, that's the thing. But yeah. So yes, hi, welcome in. Welcome back. I'm good. I'm about to look for someone to raid. I know that Maya is live as always, and I know that Potpot is live as well, or was live. I don't know if she's still live. She's still live. So that might happen. But yeah. Yeah. Global School Alliance. I'm guessing that. Yeah. I mean, right now I'm taking anything that I can because, you know, it makes sense. But yeah, why not? Why not have a check and see if there is something in there that could work? What do you mean Neuron is live? No. Yes? Oh yeah. I see. I see. Then yes. 100%. It just went live. That's what it is. That is what it is. Building a keyboard? What the fuck is it doing? So yeah, ions, ion storms. If you want to send them like a message, yes. Also, we have a fat ass with 3 S's right now. That's impressive. That is impressive. I really good, really good. Really good fat ass. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. God damn it. Oh, I'm so dead. So yeah, the whole 3 days of working on the icons has been scrapped, and now I need to go back into working on the icons and finishing the app, and that is gonna happen tomorrow. And yeah, I'm gonna go sleep because that happens. So as always, thanks a lot for being here. I highly appreciate it. You want to watch the VOD, it's going to be on YouTube. If you want to ask a question when I'm not live, it's going to be on Discord. And I shall be back on Wednesday. Unless I'm dead. As always. So that could happen. If you want to learn Japanese, as always, Cat is really good. And if you want to give me some money,
Mom!
that's good. Thanks a lot for being here. As always, I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Who won? If that thing can pop in before. Kira won. Congrats. Congrats. I mean, 39 is kind of feeling kind of low, but yeah, I think something is broke on my computer. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, you know the drill, and enjoy your own stream. I'll see you soon. Bye.